Mr. Mayor, we are live.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I'd like to welcome everyone to the chamber for the council meeting of Wednesday, November 12th, 2025. I'll call the meeting to order, but before reading the land acknowledgement, a couple of housekeeping items I'd like to address. One is, could you please silence your cell phones while in chamber? And whenever anyone comes to speak at the podium, please take a minute to adjust the mic so you're speaking directly into the end of it, as this meeting is being recorded and live streamed for those at home. The Township of Oro-Medonte acknowledges that we are situated on the traditional land of the Anishinaabe people and ancestral territory of the Huron-Wendat. The Anishinaabe include the Odawa, the Ojibwe, and the Potawatomi nations, collectively known as the Three Fires Confederacy. It continues today as the home for diverse Indigenous peoples, including the historic Métis community in Penetangwishing. The Anishinaabe people continue to have an enduring relationship with this land, specifically the Chippewas of Rama First Nations, the Chippewa Tri-Council, and the Williams Treaty First Nations. The Huron-Wendat Nation also continues to pay respect and protect their ancestors and heritage on this land. We honor the Indigenous history and culture that has thrived for millennia in this territory and the treaties that bind us together as partners in the spirit of a shared, sustainable, and prosperous future. We're all treaty people. Our commitment begins with acknowledging the truth so that we can move forward towards reconciliation. Miigwech. Madam, excuse me. Madam Clerk, may we have a draft motion to adopt the agenda, please?
Moved by Clark, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that the agenda for the council meeting of Wednesday, November 12th, 2025 be received and adopted as amended to withdraw item 17B from the agenda. Bylaw 2025-108, a bylaw to adopt a boundary adjustment agreement between the Township of Oro-Medonte and the City of Barrie. Barrie Boundary Adjustment Agreement, City of Barrie.
Thank you. Everyone's heard the motion. I'll call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. May we have a motion to go past 4 hours if necessary, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Young, seconded by Lavoie. Be it resolved that Rule 14.20A, as per the procedural bylaw number 2023-043, be suspended in order to allow the meeting to proceed past the 4-hour adjournment requirement if necessary.
Thank you very much. I'll call the vote. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, that is carried, Madam Clerk. And may we have the draft motion, or first I just want to cover off item 4, which is closed session. It will be moved to item 19 in the agenda. That way we don't have to ask people to leave the chamber, then come back in. May we have a motion for the 2 sets of minutes, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Young. Be it resolved that the draft minutes of the council meeting held on Wednesday, October 22nd, 2025, and a special council meeting held on Tuesday, November 4th, 2025, be received and adopted as printed and circulated.
All in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Item 6, recognition of achievements and inductions. There are none this week, no public meetings, so we are now at item 8, deputations.
Mr. Mayor, if I can, disclosure of pecuniary interest, item number 3.
That's a hot one. I'm sorry I missed that one. Anyways, I thought I asked, but is there anybody here who has pecuniary interest to declare at this time? Got some dirty looks, but no, I didn't get any acknowledgement to that. So, okay, so we're now then at item number 8, the 2006 budget presentation from outside agencies. I'd like to welcome everyone to chamber today, and we'll do them in the order as they're on the agenda. And so the first is Lake Simcoe Conservation Authority. So if you'd like to come to the mic, adjust it so you're speaking into it directly, please, Mark. It would be appreciated, and start when you're ready.
Great. Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to come and speak this afternoon. I'm here on behalf of Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority. Rob Baldwin, our CAO, sends his regrets. He had a previously scheduled engagement that he had to be at, and so I'm pinch hitting for him today. To begin my presentation, I'll just go over a quick overview of what we're going to cover today. We're going to start with what's new for 2026, and there is a great deal to cover there. We'll go over the budget highlights for Lake Simcoe, and we'll take a look at the municipal funding summary, which outlines our municipal funding partners' investments. We'll get into the cost sharing portion, so you can see how that's completed. And we'll take a look specifically at the Oro-Medonte investment. And then we'll spend the last bit looking at what we're going to look at in the year ahead. So new for 2026, looking at the political lens, we've had a lot of news recently that I'll get to in a second. But when we put the presentation together, the three major areas were the switching of our reporting through the MECP, which is a good news story for us. And the big news had been the appointment of the first ever Chief Conservation Executive, which was great. It is a prior CAO from one of the other conservation authorities, so very knowledgeable, experienced individual. And that is at the province, so that's good news for us. And what was the big news of the day? I was going to talk about the hiring freeze that the province had instituted for all public agencies that came out about a month ago, and certainly will impact the CA world as well as many others. Obviously, since submitting the presentation, there has been a few other bits of news that has come out on October the 31st. There had been the announcement from the province around the amalgamation of other conservation authorities from 36 to 7. This past Friday, an ERO was issued for us to review and to comment. I don't have much further information. A lot of this information is kind of new, and we're looking to get some additional information as we go, and we'll certainly do that through our board and through the mayor. Also new for 2026, we took a look at our strategic plan. And so this was a new plan issued at the end of 2025, referred to as Determination 2025 through 2028. Some of these will change now as we go forward. The 5 are not new. We discussed them at last year's budget discussion, but I wanted to highlight that that's the overarching guiding principles for which we operate at Lake Simcoe. More specifically, when we take a look at our priorities for 2026, we have a number of multi-year priorities. And so the first one on the list is a really significant investment that we're making for our education program, our new nature center at Scanlon Creek. We broke ground in January of this year, and progress is amazing. We're at the point where the roofing trusses have been put up, all the foundation, all of the permitting and stuff has been completed. And this is set to have substantial completion for May 2026, with programming beginning in September of 2026. So this will impact our operating request, as you'll see in a few slides. But from the capital side, this was done without a request from our municipalities, was done through a federal grant, was done through donations, and has done through investment income as well as some reserves. So it's a really good news story for us that we didn't have to go and seek money to be able to build. However, the operating costs, rather minor, but certainly will need some addressing. The second item is a really big item for us as well. This is a land donation that came to us. It's 890 acres in Georgina. And so we are in the process now of working with our stakeholders to be able to better understand what with the land and what we're going to do on the land, passive recreation, farming on there, First Nations engagement. They've been terrific in working and partnering with us. in terms of what we're going to do on the property. So that stewardship plan is under development. We have a number of engagement sessions this year, coming back with an active plan that will cover the next 5 to 10 years. So pretty exciting times. Those first two are the bigger ones. We do have some research as well as some of our indicators that you'll find on our website that have been finalized or in the process of being finalized. And our digital strategy is exciting. We actually had looked at some of the digital strategy work that had been done here at Oro-Medonte. We were quite impressed with that, and we're engaging and bringing some of that into the work we're doing to help our staff become more efficient in the information and collaborative spaces that they're utilizing. And so we're pretty excited with the progress we've made on that, and we'll continue to do in 2026. On the second slide, we talked about really ensuring the effectiveness of our flood and low water response. So we're in the process of completing the audit, and some of the implementation work will continue into 2026 to make sure that's the most effective, being able to engage with different digital technologies and AI to be able to help make that effective for emergency service providers as well as our municipalities. We also, as mentioned before, our work at the preserve as well as our new education center has been with the help of our First Nations, so our Indigenous, or we're developing an Indigenous relationship framework, which is basically ensuring that our work with our First Nations is not just a checkbox exercise, but that it's a relationship where we're able to work back and forth to be able to really achieve our outcomes, but with them involved at the beginning rather than at the end. And so we've seen some success there, but we're looking to build on that in 2026. And the last two items are ones that will likely be paused a little bit as we've with some of the news. So the talent management strategy will likely be paused for 2026. The rebranding activities will feel a bit weird. We will celebrate our 75th year, but it'll probably be a lot more subdued than what had been originally been planned. So as we turn our attention to our 2026 budget highlights, our three key principles here is our continued transparency and accountability. This is the work that we've been doing for a number of years around being fully transparent with items on our website and certainly with our board engagement. As mentioned, we had our renewed vision, our determination 2025 through 2028. And the exciting opportunities. So these are the two really big projects, as mentioned, our preserve opportunity and our new nature center, which is our largest capital project that we've had in the history of our organization. We don't have a history of a lot of capital projects, so it didn't have a lot to carry the bar, but we are pretty excited with that moving forward. As we turn our attention to the overall levy, our increase this year for municipally funded programs, so that what we would come out is an increase of $252,000, which is 2.66%. This is driven by the new costs associated with our building that's starting up in September. So this involves some of our facilities work, involves our asset management, our education programming, and so that would be the difference between a 2% increase and a 2.66%. And it is a multi-year approach. The good news is by having a start date in September, we don't have to shoulder all the costs in 1 year. We can phase it in, so we'll have an annualization impact in the next year and even into a third year for asset management as we try to smooth out the tax implications to us as well as our municipal funding partners. And so 2.66% is the increase overall. If we can kind of turn our attention to the funding share, I wanted to point out Oro-Medonte's share of our costs of our municipal funding investment is 0.98%, which means for every $100 that we would spend, 98 cents is what the investment would come from Oro-Medonte. I did want to point out we do have a different funding share calculation for the one unique item that Lake Simcoe has, which is the Lake Simcoe Protection Plan. It covers a bit of a different geographic area. So for that increase, or for that CVA share, instead of being 0.98%, it's 1.21%. Both of those have actually come down, so it means other areas have grown a little faster than Oro-Medonte. So last year, those numbers were 0.99 and 1.22%, which means instead of paying an increase of 2.66%, it'll be slightly lower for Oro-Medonte. And so that slide, the final, or the last financial slide, the Oro-Medonte investment is $100,000. You can see the details in the box in the bottom right. The total investment is $100,388. It is an increase of 1.99%. It would have been a 2.66% if we hadn't had that reduction in the CVA, which would allocate the costs out. So you can see the increase has gone up a total of $1,958 more than it was last year. And so the last slide I wanted to leave you with, moving forward, we're going to continue to deliver on our annual priorities for both this year and 2025 as we target our 2026 annual priorities that are still being developed. We'll move towards our strategic plan. Obviously, this might have a little bit of a left or right-hand turn depending on what happens with the recent news. We are continuing to do our budget presentations. This is my fourth stop out of 5. The others aren't requiring presentations. We'll complete those in early 2026. And again, our new nature center, exciting new building opening up in September. There'll be grand opening and opportunities that we would hope people would be able to come and check out the new building. Hopefully you'll be as excited as we are about it. And a little bit of the timelines. We have our budget presentation coming back to our board to finalize all the numbers. Will be on December the 19th will be the draft, with the final being processed into in January at our board meeting in January, and from there we'll proceed with our work for the year. So with that, if there's any questions, I would be happy to take them at this time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Greach. Council, any questions for Mark on regards to the presentation? Very wholesome. Obviously, you've answered all their questions in advance.
I hope so.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, and thank you for taking time to come present tonight.
Thank you.
So the second up to present is Miss Cayley. If you'd like to come up, Julie, and start your presentation. Welcome to the chamber.
Thank you.
And you can announce who you are and the SSCA and all those great things.
Thank you, Your Worship. Can you hear me okay? I moved the mic okay? So good afternoon, Your Worship, Deputy Mayor, Council, staff, and guests. Great to see everybody here today. Thank you for the opportunity to present, and to Councillor Hutchison, your representative on our board, as well as her alternate, Michelle Jacoby. Next slide, please. As members of the SSCA, you've been part of a community success story from the 1980s when we were one of the most polluted areas of concern on the Great Lakes, to now as a delisted area and being your joint municipal service board since 2009, which has been 8 municipalities collaborating to protect the watershed. Next slide, please. I include this slide just to show the different flows of the watersheds within your township, whether it's us, LSRCA, or Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority. Next slide, please. So I'm going to go through just some of the highlights from 2025. We made some shift in programming this year. I'm going to mention those. And a lot of that is work we hope to and plan to carry over into 2026. So we continue to do our monitoring programs, whether it's in streams, groundwater monitoring, and wells that we have either ourselves or through the Ministry of Environment. Next slide, please. I wanted to highlight one of the significant shifts in programming was we moved our inland lake monitoring program, so for you that's Bass Lake, to annual from a 5-year rotation. We also changed to using QR code signs so that we have more available, more transparency with the data, so folks can take a picture of the QR code and go right to our website, see the data within 48 hours of us doing the monitoring. And that program moving to annual, we believe, helps with more regular data collection, better impact for the community, and making costs more predictable for the municipality as well. And these water quality reports are available where they haven't been available quite as quickly in the past. We usually do them at year end, so it's been great to have them available more often. We're also happy for any feedback folks have on that, places that they'd like to see signs. And a big thank you to township staff who helped us make sure we got the signs up in places we were allowed to, and that were good access. Next slide, please. And this is what the data is looking like. So this is also a new reporting style for us with more of a dashboard rather than numbers and graphs. So we're again open to feedback if folks like this better than trying to look at graphs and scientific data. We are seeing some trends that we want to keep an eye on. Most areas are including increasing chlorides, which we've talked to you about before, so salts, as well as algae blooms do continue to happen. And again, another thank you. Your township staff have worked very closely with us on making sure that any problems are quickly communicated. We do that together, and we really very much appreciate your staff's expertise on that. Next slide, please. We've also had the opportunity this year for a lot of extra special funding, so external grant funding, trying to get ourselves back on the landscape doing stewardship work. So we know water quality trends, but what do we do about areas where we're seeing issues? So our tree planting program, which has been an ongoing since the beginning of our organization, residents this year purchased and planted seedlings, as well as the community tree plant program. So over 4,300 seedlings were planted in the township this year, and you can see the longer term numbers up there as well. We've also been doing planting with native species and pollinator species in municipal parks, schools. That's been a really successful program, and we have a part-time staff person who's helping us continue that. And we also launched an agriculture and nature initiative. So the focus on that, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, sequestering carbon, increasing goods and services. And that program is, it's a very convoluted federal money, provincial connection, as well as through Conservation Ontario, and something we're hoping, again, that'll get carried forward into the next year. Next slide, please. We also delivered in partnership with a number of organizations, the Hog Creek Stewardship Project. So the headwaters of the Hog Creek are in Oro-Medonte. This is a one-year program that had $100,000 funding out of the Great Lakes Community Action Fund. And like I mentioned, partnering with like-minded conservation organizations and trying to create more of a one window for landowners in that watershed and piloting how that would work. Information sessions, we held those at the Vasey Church, and provided specific guidance on site. So anyone who wanted a site visit, we had a staff person who'd go out, identify resources and stewardship opportunities, help them with planting if they wanted some species to plant, as well as doing some citizen science work. Our invasive species program has continued, and our staff have been really successful in partnering with the Invasive Species Center to get funding specific to for our municipal partners to use on frag removal. Next slide, please. And I just wanted to do a shout out to the Bass Lake community as well for your support and participation in the Dock to Dock project. You have in your package the summary information on how that program worked. Again, it was a one-year pilot for us, or a one season. We're hoping to carry that forward. We had packages that we handed out, including septic information, pollinator seed packets, phosphorus-free laundry strips. And we really want to thank the residents who actually invited us to come onto their docks and into their houses, onto their properties, as well as those who volunteered to take us out in a boat rather than having our staff having to canoe all over the place. So big shout out to volunteers. Next slide, please. Municipal drinking water. So we are your Source Protection Authority risk management official. So SSEA is the risk management official for Oro-Medonte Township. We do the Source Protection Authority work in partnership with the conservation authorities and the regional authority. And again, that's specific to protecting municipal drinking water. Next slide, please. The Sustainable Severn Sound Project, you're a new member to that project or program, and we're continuing to work and support you in the Partners in Climate Protection. So working through the milestones as you develop your climate action plan, and our staff provide technical support. They developed the draft climate action plan, and congratulations to you and your staff for taking that and approving it and as your municipal climate action plan. We're also very excited, and hopefully you've seen that we've secured $200,000 from Intact insurance to foundation, working with municipal environmental partners, including our Conservation Authority colleagues, on a 2-year program that's specific to flood risk. So not floodplain mapping, but high flood risk mapping. And again, a shout out to your staff, who were the first municipality to reach out to us to want more information and want to know what it was going to mean and what their involvement would be. Next slide, please. So not to go into too much detail, because those programs I've just gone through, planning clearly to continue on with that kind of work, expanding the use of the QR codes, signage, getting people more engaged, and getting our information and particularly our monitoring information out there more quickly and more openly. Next slide, please. We'll continue to apply for external funding. We have applied for the Agriculture Initiative again for this coming year, so fingers crossed we'll be able to fund some more on the ground work for that as well. Next slide, please. So moving into 2026, you have the budget in front of you. Like I mentioned, the programming is going to continue and our staff continue to actively seek external funding. I know a question has come up here before in terms of, do we leverage other funds? So I'm proud to say that this year, 2025, our staff are already up to $428,000 in external grants that they've secured. So that's leveraged through your part in the partnership, and they've raised already $125,000 in external funds for 2026. Something significant to note. So you'll note that your increase for the core budget. So the core budget overall was kept to, the board approved it at a 3% increase. So you can see your increase here is approximately $4,393 over last 2025. I would be remiss if I didn't indicate that the board had a lot of work this year as we are reducing from 8 to 7 partners. So this is a budget with 7 partners. Clearly the budget we had would have brought you, over 12% increase, or brought us over 12% increase. So the board chose to use some reserves, reduce some service, including reducing payroll complement, to keep us to a 3% overall. So that's the budget as it sits before you today. Next slide, please. I think that's all I have slide-wise. I just want to thank you all again. It's a great partnership. We really appreciate the support. I know the community, as a resident, I appreciate the support of certainly the natural environment and the health of Oro-Medonte. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cayley. Council members, I will open the floor for any questions or comments at this time. Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Through you, more of a statement than a question, and because I am on the board, and I can say, there was a significant amount of attention put on keeping the percentage increase to the point that it is, and and on top of that, moving from 8 to 7 members was a very, very big lift for SSCA to accomplish. And I know it's been painful. There's pain points when you have to do these things, but I also feel that, having gone through this process last year, and then the discussions that we have had as a municipality with SSCA, as well as the conversations around the board, I want to say I'm very, very impressed with how you've been able to land at the 3%, Julie, given the challenges that we've experienced this year through the board. So well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation. I think, as has been noted previously, the township had concerns with its 3 partners in the environmental undertakings that it goes through annually. And reflecting on what I've heard here today and what I've seen over the last 2.5, 3 years, I think it's important that the work that you do is maintained. I do see some, difficulty, or perhaps how does this work get amalgamated with the future conservation authorities coming into one region here. So I think I would invite that conversation with Councillor Hutchison and yourself to see that we don't lose anything in what's being done here. and how we can assist in advocating for its continuance. So please, please knock on the door, and we'll be happy to see what we can do in order to help facilitate that. And thanks again for the presentation and the very thoughtful work that you did in keeping the budget where it is.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No, and I think, to echo, it's a slippery slope. It's a bizarre situation we're in right now, as pretty much the entire world, I think. But I think what we want to do is we realize and respect, and I'd like Michelle Jacoby to just kind of explain briefly so that people can understand the role that the SS and the EA plays with the source water protection in our township, and it is a very important point. And what we don't want to see is the conservation authorities or Conservation Ontario do this mass amalgamation and things fall between the cracks. I think there is a path forward, but I think, if you can just explain the void or the gap that the SSEA has been able to fulfill in the township and where it's got us to, please.
Thank you. So SSEA provides a vital role in risk management services, as Julie had noted, for our drinking water source protection program, which is a mandated program by the province. Julie, I believe there was a line item in your slide about that particular cost broken down. They provide a service that in-house would take a substantial amount of time for us to complete. They do it professionally. They have a person dedicated to that role, and again, sharing that responsibility across municipalities. It is I have to reiterate, it is a compliance-driven program for us. It must be done. And if SSEA doesn't do it, we will have to do it in-house or find someone else to do it, if that provides any clarity.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And I guess the one question is, I gotta ask you one question that you've traveled all the way here. Have you had any conversations with the conservation authorities or the Conservancy Ontario about where they're going to go with this and how it's going to get rolled out? And how does the SSEA become a participating party in those discussions as we find a path forward?
Thank you, Your Worship. It's pretty shiny new, so those conversations are, at this point, us and our colleagues at both conservation authorities sort of trying to figure out what it might even mean. So we'll certainly be engaging more in those conversations, particularly from a risk management and source water protection point of view, because we are one of two non-conservation authorities who have source protection authority power and risk management authority power. So we don't know. It's too early to know what that might even mean to source protection as a whole, let alone to our organization.
Yeah, no, thank you. I wish you all the success as the discussions evolve, right? It's like you said, it is new. Mm-hmm. But I want to thank you for all the great work you have done and the great work we hope that is continued with you and your team.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so next is the Couchiching OPP Detachment Board. Kathy, if you'd like to come and adjust the mic and then continue when ready, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor Greenlaw, and to you and to Deputy Mayor Lavoie, members of council. Thank you for inviting us today. My name is Kathy Clark. I am the Oro-Medonte community representative on the Couchiching OPP Detachment Board and currently serving as the board's vice chair. And I'd also like to recognize Councillor Robert Young, who is your representative on the board. I wanted just to bring forward a few of the highlights of the board's work in just our first year of operation. We had our inaugural meeting in August of 2024, or October of 2024. And so we are still really a very extremely new board. And like the other 87 OPP detachment boards across the province, we have been really spending this first year on forming ourselves and trying to understand how best to represent our communities actively with the detachment. And to that end, our board has made it a priority this year to work hard to establish a very professional working relationship with our detachment board. Now, we hold the dubious distinction in the province of having had the most number of detachment commanders in the detachment in this first year of operation at 4. So we're just now, we've had for the last few weeks as what we hope to be a permanent detachment commander and Inspector Todd Landon. And we are guaranteed that he will be with us at least until the first quarter of 2027, which is feeling fairly long for us at this point. But we are proud of that relationship. And through that, we have been able to take the very Solicitor General corporatized detachment plan, the local action priority plan that was set before our board was established, and reduced it to have a much more local flavor. And we thank Council for its input in terms of helping us to set what those priorities are. For 2025, those priorities were enhanced communications with our communities and the residents within those communities, a renewed vigor on community engagement. To that end, we have held several town halls across the catchment area, which also includes the city of Orillia and the townships of Ramera and Severn. And here in Oro-Medonte, I'm proud to say that we've had 2 of those sessions. One was in a Ward 1 community engagement session that Councillor Hutchison hosted. And then most recently, 2 weeks ago, we held a full township-wide town hall that was suffering from some significant competition from the Toronto Blue Jays, but we still did have some participation and very robust discussion with those who attended. Our third priority in this first year of operation has been an emphasis on speeding and traffic safety, which I know is near and dear to the hearts of residents in both Horseshoe Valley and in Jarrett, where we've heard from residents on numerous occasions. We also are proud of the fact that we were participants in the renewal of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. We are the Couchiching subregion within a series of plans across Simcoe County. And this plan that was just affected a very short time ago in the spring will run now from 2025 through to 2029. When you look at the budget, what you may not see is a couple of challenges that we do have facing us in 2026, where we are intending to do more of what we've done this year, continue on with those priorities, communications, community engagement, and more emphasis on traffic safety. But we also are now wanting to develop a very mature relationship with the detachment commander, who we hope will be with us for the next 18 months. We also are still awaiting the appointment of our 2 provincial appointees. And although you will see those appointees, their remuneration reflected in our budget request, our Inspector of Policing representative has suggested to us that those people will not be appointed until after the upcoming municipal election. So we don't really have a clear timeline on when those 2 additional members may be joining us. We also are struggling at the current time with administrative support. In our first year of operation, the Township of Ramera generously provided that admin support as our providing us with a secretary-treasurer. They have also run our treasury department for us, and they have provided us with a hosting site for our website. They have given us written notification that they will not be able to continue doing any of those things past the end of this December. And so we are still looking for admin support beginning in January 2026, and look forward to hearing back from all 4 of our municipalities. We've heard back so far from Severn advising that they're unable to assist us in that regard. At the bottom line of our budget request, you will see that our total budget is $90,000 proposed for the upcoming year. I have already highlighted that that may be less the provincial appointees portion, and I wanted to note that the budget is a slight reduction over 2025, and that primarily reflects a reduction in the number of board members we intend to send to the annual provincial conference for police boards. And so the $90,000 is split 4 ways between our 4 participating communities. So for Oro-Medonte, the portion we are asking from this council is $22,500. And that is the end of my remarks, and I'd be pleased to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Council members, any questions? Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Yes, and thank you very much for the presentation. I just wanted to get a little bit of clarity on the component required for the administrative assistance and whether or not that was if there's any allowance for that in the $90,000 or whether that's just over and above.
No, that amount is actually included. Thank you for your question, Deputy Mayor Lavoie, and through you, Your Worship. You will note that there is an amount of $42,700 in the budget that is intended to be covering the cost of the admin support. We've, in 2005, been paying that amount to the Township of Ramera.
Supplemental?
Oh, okay, so then I gathered then that Ramera and Severn are unable to host the website because they...
That's correct.
Okay. And that there's some portion of an FTE that's required that would otherwise be compensated to that municipality that they're not able to offer.
Yes, right now our current Secretary Treasurer, who is an employee of the Township of Ramera, advises that the level of effort is 70 hours per month.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Young?
Yeah, it's not so much a question as I believe that Oro-Medonte has turned down the request as well for support staff, if I remember correctly, due to a shortage of staff.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Young, my apologies. Can you repeat your question?
Yeah, I believe that Oro-Medonte has turned down the board's request for secretarial work or support staff work, if I remember reading the memo correctly.
To clarify, Mr. Mayor and members of council, it is on the agenda for today's discussion, so the recommendation is as you suggest, but council does have to render their decision.
Thank you. Any other questions at this time? I guess the only question I had is so when the cost of the admin staff, like, was this not built into the program when they first laid it out, or did they find that there's a lot more admin support required? So
No, this is a consistent amount that we had in 2025. We're not asking for any additional level of effort in 2026, so it's unchanged.
Councillor Young.
Yeah, just a further comment. The OPP have indicated clearly to us they do not want to attend any more than 6 meetings a year because they do prepare at times a great deal presentations and that for the board, so they're not prepared to meet any more than 6 times a year. So.
Okay. No. Thank you. Is there any other questions at this time? None? Thank you very much for taking time to come and present and for all the great work the board's done today.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, so the next would be the Child and Youth Advocacy of Simcoe County, Muskoka.
Hello.
How are you?
Sorry. I'm Scott. I'm the program director at the Child, Youth, and Advocacy Center of Simcoe, Muskoka. And I'd like to apologize first off for having to share this subject matter with you today, but I'm also very appreciative to be able to do so. So, next slide, please. So, who are we? We have a center here in Barrie, about 15 minutes away on Bell Farm Road, and our other center is in Orillia. But we do service all of Simcoe, Muskoka. So essentially who we are is we are the main all-in-one support center for children and youth that have been affected or witnessed violent crime. So this means abuse, physical or sexual, and human trafficking in Simcoe, Muskoka, including Oro. We're a nonprofit, collaborative organization that supports children and youth who have experienced and witnessed abuse, exploitation, and violence. We guide survivors and their families through criminal investigations, and we connect them to supports. So I'm going to paint a quick picture. I'm going to paint a quick picture for you. When a child or youth is abused or trafficked or affected by violent crime, they have two options. To tell their story, they could do so in a place such as an OPP basement or a child protection office. And although we have great respect for the officers and the police that we work with closely, we know that sometimes these environments are not the most trauma informed. These kids are already max traumatized by what's happened to them. Having them go to a police station or a courthouse or another facility to tell their story, often multiple times, lays on additional trauma. So we exist as a safe place for these children to come tell their story in a trauma-informed environment. That's at our center in Barrie or Orillia, or with our mobile team who goes to them. So what happens at our center is when a child or youth and their non-offending family members comes for the investigation takes place at our center. So the detectives, the investigators, the mental health professionals, they come to us. We house them all under one roof, so the child only has to tell their story once. We have a special interview room that contains Axon Tech. Axon is the technology that the police use for their evidence.com for when they proceed with the investigation if disclosure is made. So their interview with the child is recorded in our center, and it's only recorded once. The child only has to tell their story once, and then it's there in the record forever. They never have to talk about it again. They don't have to talk about it with victim services. They don't have to repeat telling it to counselors, to police officers. One time only in our center, and then we proceed with the investigation from there. So essentially, we help the children by greeting them in our center with the families. We have facility dogs that greet the kids. We greet them with an advocate who is essentially the navigator for the child or the youth and their non-offending family members. They greet the family. They say, hey, I'm not child protection. I'm not police. I'm here to help you navigate the system which you currently find yourself in. Then the child goes into an interview room and is interviewed by detectives. That's recorded. The child gets a dog, snacks, or toys, as our center provides. And after that, we immediately set them up with counseling and housing supports and food supports, whatever the family may need in the interim while they look for long-term counseling. Something very important and unique about our center is we are a non-duplicating service. We work very closely with Family Connection Simcoe Muskoka, with the police officers, Soldiers Hospital, RVH, medical clinicians. However, everything happens under our roof right away. What makes us unique is the child and the family members do not have to wait a single moment for support. So after the child or youth tells their story, the investigation is done. Whether or not there's disclosure, we immediately offer them support and counseling. Next slide, please. We are the only organization in Simcoe Muskoka that houses all of these professionals under one roof at the same time for the family. So we service all of Simcoe Muskoka. Oro, we see children and youth from. We have this past year, and we have in the 9 years previous. We've been located in Barrie and Orillia for 10 years. And we also do a mobile investigation team where we know that families face barriers to transportation. They're not necessarily, even though our center is 15 minutes away from here, some families are simply not able to get to us. We go to them. We pack up our vehicle, the mobile recording equipment, the dogs, the snacks, the toys, and we meet the detectives at either a New Path or Chigamick in Midland and other facilities that we have an understanding with, so we can facilitate that with the family. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'm sorry to be sharing this with you, but it's critically important to know that 1 in 3 girls and 1 in 5 boys experience an unwanted sexual act before the age of 18. Over 60% of child abuse victims in Canada are under the age of 18. And most importantly, 1/4 of abuse victims are under the age of 12. In the last 5 months at our center, the majority of children that have come in due to domestic violence concerns, sexual abuse, physical abuse, have been between the ages of 6 and 11. The human trafficking rate for our pipeline from Toronto to Sudbury accounts for 67% of all Canadian human trafficking cases. We simply find ourselves in a pipeline, a perfect storm built by the 400 highway that connects essentially this route and all its offshoots, where we are kind of the area where human trafficking happens the most, unfortunately. And as we know, Ontario proportionately has the largest sex offender registry in all of Canada. We know that survivors supported immediately in the first 30 days typically determines whether or not they become a thriving member of society. It dictates their healing journey and whether or not they will become offenders themselves or re-offended against. Next slide, please. So quickly about our programs. Top left, you have the advocacy program. This is the navigator for the family and the children. They're the ones who connect them with counseling in-house immediately until they can find long-term counseling. They connect them with housing supports, food supports, clothing supports, you name it. They are there from the beginning until the end, checking in on the family and helping be their guide. The Bridging Support to Wellness is our in-house counseling. Every family member, every non-offending family member and every child or youth immediately gets 8 counseling sessions right away. Sometimes the very next day it starts with our clinical counselor in-house. Our Common Ground group, top right, is an example of one of the youth groups we run out of our Barrie and Orillia Center, and we're looking to be able to expand. And this is for females age 12 to 18 who have either been through our center as survivors or they are at risk of gender-based violence. We bribe them with gift cards, we pay for their transportation, and we have them at our center where we talk about things like consent, gender-based violence, safety planning, social media, you name it. So this runs in 7-week sessions all throughout the year. Mobile forensic interviews, that's where we go to the family. The Child Victim Witness Support Program is the other component of our organization where we support the children and the non-offending family members through the court process. So when a child or youth has disclosed something and an investigation has to happen, and the child must attend court, unfortunately, and go on the stand, we prepare the child and the family every step of the way. They have the dogs. They come to our office. We prep them. We have a little mock-up of what the courtroom looks like. The child gets to place each person, the judge, where they want so they understand the system. And we're there with them every step of the way, including after sentencing. And then our facility dogs. I apologize I couldn't bring Grace today, our Barrie dog. She's currently with a child right now, cuddling the child while the child talks about what happened to them. But I promise you, and I would like to invite anybody here to take a tour of our Barrie Center at any time you'd like, and the dogs will certainly be there. Next slide. Our caseloads and expenses have inflated. As terrible as this is, we are busier than ever. We are currently serving an estimated 15% of the need throughout Simcoe Muskoka. This is not exclusive to Oro. Last year, we served 20 to 25 Oro children and youth. We served 0 to 24. So the youngest child that we've had in our center was about 4 years old, and that typically depends on how verbal the child is, but we go all the way up until 24. Next slide, please. And due to being busier, expenses have inflated. Now, we are not funded by the government. We are funded by my executive director and I writing about 5 grants a week, going around to Rotaries, Kiwanis, Lions Club. This will be the 14th deputation I've done in the last month and a half. Springwater has just recently agreed to $10,000 for 2 years for us. But we know that municipal support helps us leverage provincial support, which is ultimately the goal for us. We are respectfully requesting $10,000. And I would like to put an asterisk here. I would gladly take $20. And it is also very appreciative just to let more people know that we exist. But we are respectfully requesting $10,000 to be able to not only expand our operations, fund current operations, but just reach more kids. We're just right now, this year, we're on track to be serving 500 kids and youth in total from Simcoe Muskoka. Again, that's about 15 to 20% what we could be seeing. And if we include non-offending family members who we know are secondary victims of this, it's upwards of 900, 1,000 a year that we have currently seen. Next slide, please. Each year, approximately 250 children and youth in Oro-Medonte experience or are exposed to a traumatic event, abuse, violence, and crime. On average, this is 500 to 600 non-offending family members that are secondary victims. This financial support, the number 10,000, would help us provide more support, counseling, and coordination to an additional 20 approximately Oro children and youth and 40 non-offending family members. We feel that this request directly supports the county's Children and Youth Charter, the township's Human Services Objective, and Oro's Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. Next slide, please. These are pictures from our center. These are some of our dogs. None of these are stock photos. These are real children and youth that have been through our center. Again, as I'm sure you can tell, the dogs are a big component of it. We have 3 of them. They're from Cope. They're trained professional facility dogs, and they make all the difference when it comes to the kids. Thank you. I will take any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Scott. Council members, I'll open the floor for any questions at this time. Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Yeah, thank you very much, Scott. I know it's a difficult subject to deal with, but we all have to face it. It's part of what society is. When you mentioned that the what we might contribute or what you might get by way of contributions from municipalities might stimulate provincial partnerships as well, can you describe that component? Is it equal, matching, or how does that work?
Right now, I'd like to be able to talk to the province and tell them that the municipalities are funding out of their own pockets. Why aren't they doing more? Not the municipalities, but the province.
Yeah, well, we feel the same way about the hospitals.
Yeah.
But that's another matter. But so in other words, you would take the aggregate amount that you would receive from the municipalities and go to the province and say, look, we're getting this from the municipalities, how about you contribute as well?
Correct.
Yeah.
And our operating budget is approximately $950,000.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions at this time? Yeah, I guess thank you very much for all the great work you're doing, Scott. You know, it is very difficult. It's an unfortunate thing because we wish these kind of instances did not exist on this planet, but unfortunately they do. But thank you for all the work you've done. Have you reached out to like county or the more regional components like Muskoka?
Yeah, I just spoke at the Community Planning Committee in Muskoka a couple weeks ago. They were very supportive, and we spoke to Simcoe County, the region, a few weeks ago, and they were also very supportive.
Perfect. So, okay. Well, listen, we wish you all the best, and we will get back to you when we ratify our budgets and have our budget discussions in the upcoming months.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now we will move on to the Oro-Medonte Chamber of Commerce and Tourism. Jessica, if you would like to continue whenever you're ready, please.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Is the mic positioning okay? Everybody can hear me fine?
Yep.
Lovely. Thank you so much, Mayor Greenlaw and Deputy Lavoie and our councillors for having us here today. We're very excited to represent our council presentation regarding our strategic plan for both 2025 and 2026. Next slide, Donna. Wonderful. So our mission statement is to foster a thriving local economy by connecting and supporting local businesses, enhancing community engagement, and promoting the proud heritage and exciting future for the businesses and tourism opportunities in Oro-Medonte. Our vision statement. First, our economic vitality. We envision a community where local businesses thrive and collaborate, contributing to a robust and resilient economy. Our community engagement, we aim to build a connected and engaged community where residents actively support local initiatives and businesses. And of course, our heritage celebration. We strive to preserve and celebrate the rich heritage of Oro-Medonte, ensuring it remains a vital part of our community's identity and future while driving responsible tourism. Relevant strategic plan pillars, the first being our business development and support. Our current objective is to provide resources and support to help local businesses grow, collaborate, and profit, and for community engagement and collaboration. Our objective being to strengthen the connection between local businesses and the community and foster synergy and cross collaborations. Regarding our membership, we currently and proudly are at a 85% retention rate from 2023, despite many leadership challenges. We are currently in discussions and seeking new initiatives with Orillia and Rambert Chambers regarding try and buy membership options, allowing more membership choice for our base, as well as a deliberate focus shift in 2025 and 2026 to membership retention and growth by delivering clear and simple value. We feel that the Chamber's strategic plan aligns very closely to the economic development strategic goals and support business environment, currently for objectives number 1 within the Township's plan, to provide township-based businesses with support and connections to regional resources to start, maintain, and grow their businesses. We feel that we support all of the proposed actions, including maintaining economic development within the township website. Jennifer and myself work very closely together to share that information to all of our membership base. We also encourage and implement the communication strategy to share that information, maintain and enhance the township's partnership with local and regional business development organizations. We feel we very closely work together, especially during our BA6 networking events, in which most of our councillors and many of the support staff are able to attend. Gives them a wonderful way to connect with our membership base and those businesses, as well as participating with partners to develop and deliver resources to the business community, including supporting the attractions and retentions of workforce, and to create a resource for businesses to support tourism and its growth in Oro-Medonte. Highlighting a couple of our 2025 accomplishments and ongoing initiatives going into the new year. So far, we have been able to host 5 Business After 6 events at the Lake Simcoe Regional Airport, Ego's Nurseries, the Highland Range, Heritage Estates, and Veta Nordic Spa. Our first chamber newsletter was circulated, which will become a quarterly publication. We successfully hosted and executed our 2024 AGM, in which we were able to pass our ONCA bylaws, making steps towards the future in compliance. In 2025, we executed the Images Studio Tour, and were able to introduce a couple new initiatives there, most importantly, and highlighting the new tourism rat card, which was inserted into the existing tourism Images Studio map. 11 tourism partners participated, and we also were able to garner new host partners locations with Horseshoe Valley. Additionally to that, we've added 2 new board members in August of 2025. Benefits plan will be relaunched in 2026, which is a plan to strategically enhance our marketing and awareness efforts to increase our member participation, as well as increase our passive income pillar. In Business and Community Directory will be relaunched in 2026, and this year or next year we will be offering 2 platforms, both a digital and a printed. As well, we are looking to end our year off strong with a wonderful end of year thank you as a BA6, and host our 2025 Business Awards Gala, which will commence in February of early 2026. Highlighting some of the challenges and opportunities. The Chamber is currently facing some challenges. At the end, the end of the 2 main revenue-producing events, Mystical Lights and Farmers Market, has certainly left a gap in our incoming revenue. Rebuilding our membership base, as well as collecting on membership dues, and rebuilding those revenue streams while maintaining payroll expenses for the executive director being myself, which is a $57,000 annual expense. And then, of course, monitoring and preserving our capital reserve levels. Addressing our financial contribution request, we do recognize that we still have an outstanding funds from 2025 of $15,000 and are requesting the same $15,000 in 2026. A few status updates with a little bit more to follow at the end of the presentation as well. But at the time of this presentation, we had executed a contract with Sawatsky Firm. They have been contracted and paid a retainer to begin our review engagement. We experienced a delay while preparing our year-end 2024 filing, filing, which required additional preparation time in order to ready the financial records that need to be reviewed during the review engagement. We also experienced a delay of process while ensuring that we followed proper ONCA bylaws in hosting a special members vote to allow for a review engagement versus an audit. Our year-end 2024 filing is set to be completed by November 7th, and the review engagement process will commence immediately. There was a letter that was included within the package to show the review engagement letter as proof of financial reconciliation advancement. And then this takes us to sort of our financial transparency. And so I wanted to put this, do we have that document, Donna? No, that's okay. It's okay. It was a separate document outside of the site. But we just simply wanted to sort of give an overview. I think transparency is really the name of the game here when we're talking about the funds and, of course, our responsibility and fiduciary responsibilities towards the town and the funds that have been previously received as well as expected to be received in 2025. As of November 1st, 2025, our operational account balance was $14,000. For a little bit of context, I joined the Chamber as the Executive Director in April of 2025, right around that wonderful ice storm stage. So you can imagine it was a lot of work, not only for the board who incredibly supports the Chamber, but also for the Chamber itself and for myself, sort of understanding all of the different stressors that were going on at that time. With that being said, at the time in which I inherited this role in April of 2025, our total capital reserve was $25,000. With that being said, we have achieved 7 months of operational progress, 6 events, and executed the Images Tour. With that being said, we still have 14,000 of the 25 still remaining in the reserve, which will carry us just to the end of this year. Here we go. Beautiful. We have a couple revenue action plans in place to really stabilize the revenue that's coming into the Chamber. A few of those are the directory, the Business Excellence Gala, as well as new member sales. And then long-term pillars, we're looking at grant sourcing, including sourcing different ops, grants available, administration support, marketing grants. Corporate sponsorship is certainly a large pillar that we're interested in creating for the Chamber. Again, all in the aim of financial stability. So we're looking to obtain multiple large to medium scale annual corporate sponsors. And asset sale, we do have some assets regarding the Mystical Lights physical equipment remaining, as well as the Farmers Market shed. And we are hoping to liquidate those assets again to provide replenishment of the capital reserve. As mentioned, there are a few updates since this last presentation was submitted to Council. I am very excited to say that all of our outstanding 2024 accounting tasks and filings have been completed. Additionally, we have made progress on the review engagement and expect completion in approximately 2 to 3 weeks. We would like to really acknowledge the time that it has taken the Chamber to fulfill the financial reporting obligations that we've committed to. We understand the seriousness of the obligations and thank the Council for their understanding and patience while we navigated the many challenges encountered during the process of completion. We look forward to meeting the ongoing financial objectives in a timely manner for all future years and are very confident in our ability to do so, given the time and cost we have now invested into ensuring our accounting practices are in good standing. At this time, if the Council has any questions, I'd be happy to take those.
Thank you very much, Ms. Knowles, for the presentation. Council members, I will open the floor for any questions at this time. Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
I guess it's a question, and thank you very much for the presentation and for the transparency. I just wanted to clarify that I heard that there was a $15,000 outstanding commitment from the township with regard to this year?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much.
Any other questions at this time? So, Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you, and thank you very much for your presentation. It helped fill in a number of gaps that I've had been wondering about, so I appreciate the clarity. You had noted that the farmers market and the Mystical Lights were sort of the larger revenue drivers for the Chamber. Is there a reason as to why you are not continuing with those revenue streams?
Wonderful. I think that's a fantastic question, and I appreciate the opportunity to provide some more insight there. When I came onto the chamber, the board had already begun a fairly in-depth sort of overlook into what our initiatives and focused priorities had been in the past years. What we were able to determine is that it is largely our membership fees that carry the cost and operations of the chamber itself. While Mystical Lights provided a wonderful community event and drove in some, medium-based tourism, it did not provide value back to our members. Ultimately, the same sort of strategy and observation was applied to the farmers market. We're happy to continue supporting that, and we did very much so continue to support the Oro Farmers Market this year, whether that be through email inquiries that we received or anything of that nature. We're happy to continue to support as a partner. But when it comes to events overall, this is certainly sort of the role that the Chamber will be playing going forward in tourism initiatives. It takes an immense amount of labor and time to execute these events. And again, our total measurement is always coming back to, does this provide value to our members? Ultimately, if we feel like it is not providing a measured value or profit to our members, then unfortunately at this time we have to remove ourselves from that type of role and put ourselves into more of a partnership framework, which again is something that we're happy to do and continue to do and support. But we feel that this is sort of the best overall decision based on value to our members.
Supplemental?
No, just to commend you for that, because I do believe it's a great strategic move for you to sort of encapsulate it that way. You spoke to it very succinctly, and so I'm really glad to see that you're moving in that direction. So thank you for the clarity.
Thank you.
Any other members like to ask a question this time? Seeing none. Jessica, thank you very much, and I want to recognize the Chamber President. Thank you, Luke, for also attending tonight. But we will follow up immediately regarding the funds outstanding to see that we get that rectified, and wish you all the best of luck in 2026.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so now I guess, Chris, if you'd like to come forward, the Orillia Lake Country and Tourism, please, sir, and proceed when you're ready. Just announce your name and the organization.
Yeah, Chris Pouvel, Executive Director of Orillia and Lake Country Tourism, and good afternoon, Mayor and Council. First and foremost, on behalf of the board and the staff, thank you for your support in 2025. Over the next few minutes, I will be providing an overview of some of our activities that have passed over the past few months, but also taking a sneak peek towards 2026 with a particular focus on Oro-Medonte. Next, Donna. So a quick summary about us. I think you're all aware of who we are. We're the official destination marketing organization for the township of Oro-Medonte. Our mission is above you, and our core objectives remain the same: strengthening partnerships and collaborations, delivering and promoting strategic marketing campaigns, creating and supporting exemplary visitor experiences, and generating new and leverage existing funding. As we all know, marketing is not cheap, so we're always looking to generate new funding from our partners at the regional and municipal and also the provincial level. And we've had quite a bit of success with that, and that's a pillar of, I'd like to say, our success moving forward. So let's talk about our website. Next, Donna. Next slide. There we go. So our website, OrilliaLakeCountry.ca, that's our main, we'll say, digital warehouse for all things tourism, from events to accommodation. Within this website, we have dedicated pages for the township of Oro-Medonte. And within that, this includes items like blogs, events, restaurants, accommodations. So it's a pretty thorough summary of what the township has to offer, and we are, proud of the traffic that we can drive to these pages. And this is often done through blogs. So I just kind of gave you an overview of some of the page views that have particular Oro-Medonte blogs and sort of the traffic that they're getting. So this is just the top 3, but we have more than 3 that go up every year. Overall, our website has up to, I think this was last week, we've had 565,000 page views, 261,000 users. So up from last year, but that also corresponds really with tourism actually being on the upswing in 2025 in the region, and I'd say provincially as well. Where do these visitors come from? Number 1 is Toronto, and I would say, like, by and large, Toronto. Number 2 is Orillia and Barrie. So we're not only a resource for visitors from, from away, but it's also a website that is frequented by a lot of local folks to see what's happening. So we serve a number of purposes, not just bringing people here, but also catering to our residents. Next slide, please. Social media. So we're busy on social media. Practically every day we're updating our platforms, mostly Facebook and Instagram. Strong growth, especially in Instagram year to date, of close to 25%. Modest growth in Facebook. And we try to make our social platforms really as engaging as possible. We do a lot of reels. We share stories from our businesses. And during the year, we also do a number of targeted campaigns that focus on we'll say the seasons of Oro-Medonte, because we know we are a 4-season destination here. Next slide, please. We're not all digital. We believe there is still power in print. This is our one and only print publication. It's our visitor guide. This was the 2025 version. We are now working on 2026, and that should be out by early January. We always target that to be distributed at the boat shows. We're at the Toronto Boat Show, a number of the other trade shows, but also this guide is then distributed throughout the province to travel centers, but also locally to our spas and our hotels and our restaurants, because I think a lot of people still like having something in hand when they arrive at their destination. So the visitor guide for 2026, stay tuned, and I look forward to sharing it with you. Next, photo and media. So to have successful marketing campaigns, you need to have a really good library of what you're trying to market. So we often are looking at what sort of assets do we need to fill those gaps. So we work very closely with the township and the chamber to finance, leverage funds through RTO 7 so we can undertake these projects. So this past year we've had a number of photo shoots and video, and then that gets incorporated into our marketing materials moving forward. But it also gets shared with our businesses, because we realize that it's really expensive for a business to hire their own photographer, videographer. So these projects serve a number of objectives. And as you can see, there's some great shots of some of our different businesses. Next, please. Influencers, we'll call influencers media. So every year we like to invite some influencers up into our region. We're very, we do a thorough process of vetting who these influencers are, just to make sure that their market appeals to who we think should be our visitor or our potential visitors. So we, had 3 influencers, we'll say, over the past few months. But we also brought up Snowmobile TV, and the timing was really good last winter to bring them here. They started in Orillia and they ended up at Horseshoe Resort. So gave Horseshoe a nice profile, being right on the trail. So again, we work with media where we can. And next week we'll have Weather Network here, and they will be focused on woodfolk cider and quails as part of a culinary campaign. Next slide. So on a broader scale, we have a brand here, we have an identity, Orillia and Lake Country. And so these are some ways that we advertise in the GTA, some sort of along high density motorways, one of them here being along the Gardner. And the one on the right was, I think it was game 6 of the World Series. So we had this digital truck. We bought some advertising. This digital truck was sitting right in front of Skydome. And actually, if you look closely, that's quails on there. So some nice exposure for Quails Brewery, but also, again, reinforcing that we are a 4-season destination. And you can find all kinds of things here in all different seasons. So these digital trucks at different events during the year will broadcast different images and send messages that you can find something here in any season. All right, looking ahead. So here we are at the end of 2025. We're already looking ahead to 2026. So we're going to do a little bit of a refresh on our branding guidelines, just to, something that hasn't been done in a few years. So it's always good to have that new refreshed look. We're not talking about a revolution here, but just look for that. Social platforms, we know that the way the consumer is. So look for a Pinterest, a social platform. We're on LinkedIn now, and this is more for industry, so we can talk to our industry partners, and an updated TikTok presence, which generally aims for that younger demographic. So business support programs. So these are basically marketing support programs that we provide to our businesses, and this includes the festivals and marketing support program, and an operations implementation plan, which is really another is a social media support program. So we provide a service at no charge to the business. Application process, pretty straightforward. And this one we're really excited about also is our new website. So we will have a custom looking website. Our current website is from 2016, and this is a launch date of April 2026. So in 2026, our total operating and marketing spend is estimated at $475. Our request from the township remains the same at $22,500, and this is to support our operating budget, so we can realize the extensive marketing campaigns. As I conclude, I want to highlight the close working relationship we have with the township's staff, most notably Jen Whitley and Jessica Knowles from the Chamber. Our 3 organizations meet and communicate regularly to discuss opportunities, challenges, and to ensure we aren't duplicating our services. Thank you to the both of you. And thank you to Mayor and Council for having me here. OLC looks forward to another year of working together with the municipality. Now I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Chris. Appreciate that. And it's great to hear the relationship that has continued on between the Chamber and Lake Country.
Yeah.
Because I think that's where we get the synergies with both parties working together collaboratively. So, any questions for Chris? Everyone's pointing at somebody else. Deputy Mayor Lavoie, then Councillor Young.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for your presentation and your collaboration with the rest of the people serving this area. It's excellent to see. I don't know whether you can comment on this or not, but can you, if you can you shed any light on the impact of municipal accommodation taxes
Yes.
that you might be the beneficiary of from whichever of the communities has such a program?
Right,
Thank you.
absolutely. Yeah, so the municipal accommodation tax, we're the beneficiary of the one in Aurelia. And I would say that it's allowed us really to enhance our marketing game. We know marketing is expensive, and through that municipal accommodation tax, it's a steady source of funding. It's actually growing a little bit. It allows us to really do so much more on the marketing front. And in the case of Aurelia, Matt, it actually helps the township of Oro-Medonte as well, because the city fathers in Aurelia realize that a lot of people who stay in Aurelia like to play in Oro-Medonte. So we're allowed to spend X amount of dollars on supporting tourism in Oro-Medonte through the municipal accommodation tax. It's been a game changer as far as what the capacity of our organization to market the region. Yeah.
Supplemental?
Yeah, but I'd like a supplemental on that. Thank you very much through you, Mr. Mayor. Chris, when you said it's more of a cash flow opportunity as opposed to a one-off each annually, would that be correct, or is it monthly or quarterly, or?
You can collect it in various ways. In Orillia, we collect it monthly, so it allows us really to have a 12-month marketing plan. Yeah, but there's various ways of collecting it. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Young?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to comment, being a board member there, I can just tell you that as you heard Chris speak to it, that it's a very well run organization, and you can see the enthusiasm of the people there. So I have nothing but good things to say about the organization, being a board member. So not that I'm necessarily part of that well-run part of it, but it's just that as an outsider, somewhat of an outsider, but observing what I have for the last number of years. So.
Thank you very much, Councillor Young.
Thank you, Councillor Young, and we appreciate you having you at our meetings and providing feedback. Yes.
Any other questions at this time? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Chris, for the presentation, and wish you all the best in the continued work. And we'll get back to everybody, just like everyone else who's present tonight, once we deliberate later on the next month or so to about the funding again. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that concludes the presentation. So, Madam Clerk, may we have a motion to receive the budget presentations, please?
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that the 2026 budget presentations provided by Lake Simcoe Regional Conservation Authority, Severn Sound Environmental Association, Couchiching OPP Detachment Board, the Child and Youth Advocacy Center, Simcoe, Muskoka, Oro-Medonte Chamber of Commerce and Tourism, Orillia and Lake Country Tourism be received and referred to the 2026 budget deliberations.
Thank you very much. I'll call the vote. All in favor? Any opposed? That is passed unanimously. And you know what, I'm going to suggest we take a 5 to 10 minute break right now, and then we will resume, Madam Clerk. So we'll come back and deal with, actually just before we break, I'm going to ask, is there any items on the agenda that anyone needs moved up before we break, and then we can make those adjustments if necessary? Yes.
Mr. Mayor, 17B was withdrawn from the agenda.
So Mr. Young, what happened was 17B was moved from the agenda because we were waiting for some communication back from the City of Barrie that didn't get provided in time for us to vote on it in its conclusive and entirety. So that was just something we were waiting up, hoping we would have got that response back prior to council. And so it was put in there expecting to have that communication back, and unfortunately we haven't received it as of yet. So we've pulled it from the agenda to be put on to the next meeting. Thank you. You're welcome. Okay, so Councillor Young.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to mention something before we leave tourism and Chamber of Commerce, that the Quails Brewery is looking for a car show or a farmer's market to be held there. So as we have the ear of the public, I'll just put that out there, okay?
Thank you. Okay, so Madam Clerk, we're going to take we voted on receiving that, and we will we will come back and deal with open forum. And CAO Binge, you wanted to say one thing before we break.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Just wanted to, perhaps while council's having a brief recess, draw attention to item 12A that was a late addition to the agenda. So perhaps council could take a couple minutes and review the correspondence from Ms. Johnson.
Thank you very much, CAO Binge. Would you like to say something, Ms. Johnson? Maybe we won't break. Maybe we'll just continue on. But so that
Just so that I'm crystal clear,
Yeah.
Mayor Greenlaw, Shannon's very excited to present her,
Oh,
her
I know,
memo.
I know.
But I don't think council's had the opportunity to read it. So it is 12A on the agenda. The correspondence was just uploaded a couple hours ago. So I'm not
Okay.
sure that all of council had the
So
opportunity.
just
to
for
read.
those who may have been working and not had the chance, we'll break for 10 minutes and resume at 22. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we are live.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Welcome back, everyone. We are now at item 10, open forum. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone registered to speak at open forum today?
No, Mr. Mayor, we do not.
Okay. Is there anyone in chamber that would like to speak to any items on the agenda tonight? Seeing none, we'll go to item 11, reports of municipal officers for action. Item 11A, may we have a draft motion, please?
My apologies. Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Hutchison. Be it resolved that DS 2025-122 George Vadaboncourt, Manager, Planning Special Projects, Bill 60, proposed changes to the Planning Act and Development Charges Act, be received and approved as presented. That a letter be sent under the Mayor's signature to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the Environmental Registry of Ontario, and the Ontario Regulatory Register outlining the township's comments on the proposed legislation and regulations as identified in the subject report.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. A great report. Is there any questions from members of council in regards to the report? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All in favor? Any opposed? There's none opposed. That is carried. May we have a draft motion for item 11B, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Young, seconded by Lavoie. Be it resolved that CS 2025-14 Donna Hewitt, Director, Corporate Services, Remuneration and Expenses Bylaw Amendment, Couchiching OPP Detachment Board be received and adopted. That staff bring forward the appropriate bylaw for council's consideration, and that the changes reflected in the amended bylaw be considered as part of the 2026 budget recalibration process.
Thank you very much. Members of council, we'll open the floor at this time for discussion regarding this matter. Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Sorry, maybe could you just give us a quick review on the recommendation, please?
I believe
Ms. Hewitt?
Of course, thank you. Through Mr. Mayor to members of council, we have received 2 requests from the OPP Detachment Board. One is to increase the remuneration rates for the 2 members from the current $75 per meeting to $125. And in the report is a summary research report that was conducted by the staff at Severn Township, reflecting what other boards are paying their members. So that is request 1. Request 2 was that a stipend be provided to the chair and the vice chair. It is staff's recommendation that the stipend is something that would not be recommended by township staff. That is very different from how we treat the rest of our committees, and the research wasn't as conclusive that stipends would be provided to other OPP Detachment Board chair and vice chairs. So staff's recommendation is in support of the request to increase remuneration from 75 to 125, but to deny the stipend request.
Thank you very much for the clarification.
Is there any other questions on this matter? Councillor Bard?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I guess I'm just curious why it isn't the same as all the other boards and committees that we're on. We have a list there of 6 or, oh, I almost said that, 6 to 8. Sorry, 6, 7's a thing. Listed in there, and it just makes sense to me that they're all the same. I guess somebody have an idea?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Bard, really good question. When the OPP Detachment Board was being conceived, and there are 4 municipalities that have come together as part of that detachment board, we all have different remuneration policies and bylaws, and some municipalities do not pay per diems at all. There are others that are at a higher rate than ours. So the initial $75 was established as a bit of a compromise between the 4 municipalities, and in comparison to our $80, we felt the 75 was realistic to get them started. Now that the detachment boards have been operational for approximately a year, we're starting to see what the rates are for those boards across the province, which is the research report that is attached to this particular item, which shows that the rates can go as high as $150 or greater. So it's a really tough challenge when you've got our rates are different than the other four. And we need to be consistent among the members that are sitting on that detachment board.
Supplemental?
Thank you. I can appreciate that, but would somebody sitting on the SSEA or somebody sitting on some of these other boards that would have members from other municipalities be paying different rates as well?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can't speak to what other municipalities, other committee membership remuneration looks like. I can only speak to ours. And you've identified a clear problem that we struggled with when we were establishing these rates, is the comparison within our own structure versus the comparison across the board. And when I say across the board, I'm talking the OPP detachment board. To have different members at that board at different rates would also be a challenge. So I'm not sure that there is an easy answer to this. We propose that from a consistency perspective to have the members of the board paid at the same rate. And I believe that the other three municipalities have supported the $125 value. We felt that that consistency for the board made sense. I recognize that it is now inconsistent with our other committees.
You know, I'm not sure, I'm not challenging, but I think we need to maybe do reflect and get some further information, because my understanding was Severn did not support the remuneration increase. My concern, similar to Councillor Bard's saying, is, you know, we have a per diem per board, and it should be consistent throughout. And if we are going to look at paying something that is funded from the municipality board and committee fund, then it should be consistent throughout, is what I believe, to be fair to all members of council. I guess my question is, this board was created as a mandate of the province, correct?
Correct, Mr. Mayor.
So why would these boards not be funded and paid for by the OPP as part of, since we are already taking 11% hike in cost from them? So it's minuscule in comparison. So that would be my question. And I think we before, you know, I would be fine with referring this back for further information, because I have a problem paying, no matter who sits on the board or not, then paying them a different meeting rate than the rest of all other council members.
Mr. Mayor, if I can just add to your comment, I did reach out to Severn Township today to validate where they were at. I was advised that they agreed to the increase of the remuneration rate, but did not support the stipend request.
Okay, so I think it's something, you know, this council needs to look at, and potentially down the road reviewing the compensation rate for all boards. But that's the only thing. And how many meetings? From tonight's presentation, it's 6 meetings a year, right? That's fine. So, you know, I guess you could look at it from through the lens also, is that they're only meeting 6 times per year, and some boards are meeting 11 times, or no, 8 times a year, because they likely don't meet in August, and they don't likely meet at Christmas time as well, right? So they meet 9 to 10 or 8 to 10 times.
Mr. Mayor, I think they're in a bit of a, still in a growing position as a board. What I heard from Member Clark during the budget deliberation is that they have been requested, and I think Councillor Young spoke to this, to meet only 6 times a year. So we have 2 members. That additional remuneration would amount to $100 per meeting total for us. So from a budget perspective, it is relatively small. I appreciate the discrepancy between the rates made available to the rest of our committee members, and should council wish staff to review that, we can, and typically prior to the conclusion of a term, the council that is concluding their term might direct staff to look at the whole remuneration for all of the members, committees, and the positions on council in anticipation of the new council. So it could be direction that council would like to provide to staff at some point.
Okay. Yeah, I'm struggling with, are we getting better information and updates under the new model versus the old model? Anyways, is there any other comments or questions in regards to this? No. Okay. So the motion's been read, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the motion was read.
We'll call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, so we're now at item 11C. May we have the motion, please?
Moved by Clark, seconded by Young, be it resolved. That's CS 2025-17, Donna Hewitt, Director, Corporate Services, Re-Kuchiching OPP Detachment Board staffing request be received and adopted. That staff advised the Kuchiching OPP Detachment Board under the Director of Corporate Services that the township is unable to provide administrative support for 2026.
Donna, do you want to give a brief update on this as well, please, just for clarity?
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. You'll recall that you received a request earlier this fall from the OPP Detachment Board indicating that the Township of Ramera, who had been providing administrative support to the board, was no longer in a position to be able to provide that support. And they requested other municipalities to consider whether they had resources available. As you heard today during the budget presentations, Ms. Clark noted that it was approximately 70 hours a month, which is the equivalent of a half-time FTE, available to do that work on their behalf. That includes their meeting minutes, management, correspondence, their administrative work, their financial activities, managing their website. We did do an internal review, consulted with our CAO, and we do not have the capacity currently that one of our members could take on a half-time, part-time additional set of responsibilities on top of their current workloads. Staff are very busy here already, and while we would love to assist, it's just something that we just do not have the capacity to provide without negatively impacting our own service delivery and perhaps providing service at a less than a lesser standard that we would like.
Fair enough. Councillor Young?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to say that Rebecca Carrick, who's currently in that position, involves a lot of work, and a lot of work was being done on her own time, and that is why that she's no longer interested in continuing a position. It's just a workload that she had and continues to have until the end of the year, so that's why.
Yeah, no, I guess the only concern is were all these factors not taken into consideration before, you know, the province decided to mandate that we had to be a part of these boards, and there, it comes with a lot of with costs that have occurred after it's already engaged and moving forward. So it's another downloading of expenditure onto municipalities versus, here's what we're bringing back to increase the value to our municipalities. So, Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm wondering if there aren't other detachment boards that are of equal size that also have a need for a half a person, and whether or not it might be helpful to suggest that, team up or, kind of find a way to share those services amongst them. Because certainly I empathize with the situation. Nonetheless, as was indicated, the half a person is within the 22.5, but if we went up another half person, I suppose we'd be going up another amount of money, whatever that might be. So let's say it goes up another 5,000 or something. Not sure what the number would be, but so, either way we would face some sort of an increase, but, and there were services other than just the person that were mentioned. I don't recall them, but I recall that one of them was the website or some other web services. So maybe it would be helpful for the board itself to contemplate reaching out to neighboring boards and finding out what they could work out.
Yes, Councillor Young.
Yeah, thank you. Kathy Clark, in her position as vice chair, she's explored all of that, all of it, and whether that was the initial position that perhaps we can share somebody type of thing with another board, it didn't work out, and it's a bit of a dead end. This is why we've had to come back to potentially hiring a separate independent person type of thing for the board. So, and I just want to comment on what you said, Mayor, about I think the province would have thought all this out, but it was just thrown to us with no real assistance. You guys set it up. There's no terms of reference or anything. We were struggling at the first. That's why it's taken so long to really get up and running. But there was not, and I still believe that's the case, a lot of support for the province for this. So you read between the lines somewhat as I do. So,
Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think then maybe we ought to plan for a contingency in terms of whatever the cost sharing might be amongst the 4 municipalities to support some stability for this board, given that we know that they'll likely have to reach out and hire someone for their own purposes, or contract a service for their own purposes, which will increase their budget and accordingly the costs that get passed on to the 4 municipalities. Unless, of course, we know that Romera can't do it. We don't. Severn, I believe, has turned it down. We're turning it down, so that leaves Orillia. So if Orillia says no, then I think we should probably plan an extra $10,000 into that 22.5 as a contingency for this board.
Fair enough. Good comment. CAO Benz.
If I can, Mayor Greenlaw, I think there's a number of other considerations as well that Ms. Hewitt and I were having a brief conversation on in terms of the responsibility of having an employee in the overall governance structure that exists within the organization. And I think that's another piece that we need to further explore. There's payroll, there's liability requirements, all of those kinds of things, and those are certainly things that need to be considered by the municipality providing the employee, that how payroll is reported, all of those components. So there's more to it, and I don't know that the structures have been fully worked through to ensure that the organization is actually prepared and structured to be able to take on an employee.
No, fair enough. All good comments. And is there any other questions before we call the vote? Okay. So then I'll call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. 12A. 11D will be dealt with after item 18. So now we're at reports of municipal officers for information only. 12A, Shannon Johnson, Director of Finance, Chief Financial Officer. Would you like to present?
Yes, I'm excited to do so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council and members of the public. The purpose of this memo is to provide council with an update of the key financial timelines and processes that will guide our work over the next coming months. To begin, the September 2025 year-to-date variance report, along with the anticipated year-end projection for both the operating and capital budgets, will be presented at council's meeting on November 26, 2025. This update's an important checkpoint as it provides visibility into our current financial position and helps inform planning for the next budget cycle. In addition, I want to outline the timing and process for the 2026 recalibration budget. Council previously adopted a 2-year multi-year operating and capital budget for the 2025 and 2026 years. Under the Municipal Act, when a municipality has adopted a multi-year budget, council is required to re-adopt the budget for each subsequent year. This recalibration ensures that the multi-year budget reflects the updated financial realities, operational priorities, and capital project adjustments, keeping it in line with Township Council's strategic objectives. For 2026, the Township will recalibrate its 2026 budget under the Strong Mayor framework for the first time. The Mayor's proposed 2026 recalibrated budget will be published publicly on January 23rd, 2026, which marks the start of Council's review period. Formal presentation and deliberations will follow at the Council meeting on January 28th, 2026, including consideration of any potential amendments. The timelines outlined in the memo are based on the assumption that the maximum periods allowed under legislation will be reduced by half, contingent upon council's resolution to waive the legislative timelines. Depending on the actions taken during these stages, such as amendments, veto, or override, the 26 recalibrated budget will be deemed adopted in accordance with the legislation. While final adoption is expected in early February 2026, the process could extend to February 16th, 2026, depending on the outcomes of each of the steps. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Johnson. And thank you for all the great work. Is there any questions? Open the floor at this time. Well, the great thing is we've made a lot of ground, and we'll be meeting all of our deadlines moving forward is the important thing. And I think the important thing is all these components and aspects in regards to Strong Mayor's budget. It's not my budget. It's the council and the township's budget, and the direction we will take is not me actually setting the budget. Our budget priorities are all set within our strategic plan. So it's our strategic plan that prioritizes where our funds are going to go to and how we lay out the plan for next year. And we will work collaboratively with Ms. Johnson and her team and council in order to get a budget in front of us and passed as efficiently and quickly as possible. If it has to be called a Strong Mayor's budget in order to accommodate that, then so be it, but it's nothing more than the wording versus where the hard work and the depth of the budget understanding comes from, still the financial department. So thank you. CAO Benz.
Your worship, through to council, if I could, I think, the excitement here is really a bit of a TSN turning point, if I could use that analogy. This will be the first variance report that this council has seen, and certainly council is aware. The review that was undertaken in the finance department, the work that Ms. Johnson and her team have been doing behind the scenes to reconcile our legacy system and a new GL structure that the senior management team walked through the reports through GP today. And so this will be how we're moving forward into the new year with stronger reporting to council. And just wanted to recognize again the team in finance and the management team who've been working hard now to pull this first report together for council as we look to prepare that report for the next meeting of council and turn our hand to the recalibration for 2026.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Thank you very much. Look, I just want to say I'm extremely grateful for the work that has been done. A lot of very hard work. We haven't been able to understand exactly what the individual departmental budgets have been, nor be able to understand whether we're running actual versus budget. And I understand that, we're still reconciling what happened in 2024. So, and this has been, the situation for some time. So I'm very happy and very pleased to see that, we're going to be getting a budget versus actual update. And I'm very pleased to see that we're going to be able to deliver a budget that satisfies the compliance obligations that this corporation is put to. So there's every reason for every person, whether staff or council, to celebrate having gotten to this point, because it took the support of this council and its determination to commit to the projects that needed to be finished in order to get them finished and in order to get to a state where we can operate a proper budget. So I would like to thank all of my colleagues at the Horseshoe, CEO Binns, and every other employee in the finance department, as well as Ms. Johnson, for that work and getting us to where we need to be as a proper corporation. Thank you.
It's better than Christmas morning for you, isn't it? I said it's better than Christmas morning. Anyways, okay, and then Madam Clerk will pass both of these. Is that okay if we pass both, to receive both together? Or do you want to do them individually?
Unless Curtis is going to comment on his report, we can just pass the motion.
Okay. So is there any questions that anyone has in regard to, well, it's for information only, in regards to Curtis's report? It's all self-explanatory. And I'm looking to see if Curtis is online. I don't see him there, but CEO Binns, is there anything that you wanted to add? I don't see Curtis on my screen, but unless...
The only point I'd like to maybe draw out, Mayor Greenlaw, is just we've talked about the digital transformation as a strategic objective, and there are some references in the municipal law report around the cloud permit and the occurrence tracking module. So that's a continual area of focus for municipal law. And the other component just that ties into this from a corporate perspective is that we've recently hired our supervisor of customer service. So as it relates to those customer metrics across the organization, you'll start to see more of that in the as we start to look at those metrics across the department, having more reports from each of the operating areas that do provide a bit more of a pulse on the voice of the customer.
Thank you. Would you like to make a comment? Deputy Mayor, please go ahead.
But there's another significant accomplishment here, which is the implementation of the AMPS program. And, I'm pleased to see that that's progressing with some of the work that's being done. And I do agree wholeheartedly that, the online services that we provide, I think we're hearing a little bit as counselors that, maybe some of the clients aren't entirely happy with that transition, and we do need to hear and understand that and ensure that we improve that service. And it is the right way to go. So we have to learn and we have to make it better. So my 2 comments.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. There's no other comments, and Madam Clerk, we have the motion for both items to be received, please.
Moved by Clark, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that the reports as listed under item 12, reports of municipal officers for information, be received.
All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, that is carried, Madam Clerk. Item 13, updates from members of council and representatives of boards or agencies that you sit on. Councillor Hutchison.
Here. Oh, there we go. Sorry about that. I don't have a board update, but I did just want to mention that I had attended the launch of the Movember program that the Fire and Emergency Services did last week, which was just terrific. And I think there needs to be a little bit of clarity for the community in that in October they had their pink wrapped fire truck for women's cancer awareness, and now their men's cancer awareness. The wrapping of the trucks is done all through fundraising, done through the fire department. There's no expense to the township for that. This is an initiative that the volunteers in the fire department, fire and emergency departments have taken it upon themselves and really gotten behind, and I have to commend them for the energy and the positivity and the positive impact that they're going to have in our community. But I'd heard a little bit of rumbling about that, and I wanted to make sure that people understood that this is all through the hard work of the volunteers and sponsorship to have that done. So bravo to that department, and it was a lot of fun to attend last week.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Hutchison. I concur. It is a great program, and we've got a great team that are doing a lot of things outside of fire safety and emergency safety, of being involved with the community, and it's a great thing to see. Councillor Bard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you, from the Orillia Public Library. It's the November donation drive has started, and there's a couple of other programs that might be of interest. Dining on a Dime, a healthy eating on a budget program is going to be offered on November the 25th. And there's also a PA Day drop-in on Friday, November 14th, as the public schools are on the PD Day that day. So something to look into.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to my colleagues on council and the public. Attended the Berrien area physician recruitment in early October and haven't had a chance to speak on that. We're, as you've all heard me talk about in the past, we're at this kind of inflection point in the province of Ontario in terms of attracting doctors, both from a local student perspective, but also an international student perspective, making sure that we have, a good, well-staffed healthcare system in Ontario. Barrie is very fortunate that we've had success. We have a teaching hospital. We have a great relationship with U of T. They're expanding their teaching capacity and their resident capacity at the University of Toronto, and RVH is a beneficiary of that. Which is fantastic. They're looking to request BAPR, Berrien Area Physician Recruitment, is looking to increase their requests for funding in the upcoming budget year, but it is disproportionately being centered on the city of Barrie and the town of Innisfil, as they make up most of the population, and they only support one physician recruitment area. They're cognizant that we, for example, support multiple physician recruitment organizations. So the increase for us is basically back to 2007 levels, what we had originally provided funding for when the organization started, and the city of Barrie is an increase to what they were providing in 2007. But when you think about that, like, a lot of time has passed since 2007, and they've actually operated underneath their initial funding levels for a long time. The long-term trajectory is, you know, there's lots of optimism that because there has been the increased investment in the provincial level to supporting domestic students having more spaces for medical school, it's the long-term solution is there, but it takes a long time for a kid to graduate high school and then go to undergrad and then go to medical school and then pick to be a family doc, or pick a specialty, right? And which takes a little bit more time to do that. So hope is still there, and there is a small financial impact to the township. It should we choose to fund at their fully requested amount.
Thank you very much, Councillor Clark. Councillor Young.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. You heard from a couple of the boards I sit on today. They provided the updates and where they're at, sort of thing. The other thing I want to mention is that the Santa Claus parade that's taking place in Moonstone on December 7th at 1 o'clock. So if you're available, they're holding it this year. So
that's good news. Oh, well, we'll definitely be there. Is there any other comments to report at this time? Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Yes, thank you very much. I just wanted to comment that, for one thing, there was a deputation by the residents of the Horseshoe Valley area at the County Council, which was actually very well received by the county councillors in terms of understanding the need for perhaps a little relook at the staff report that was provided by Council for traffic control in the area of the school, the nurses practitioners center, the park, and the communities that feed into that area around Horseshoe Valley Road. The other thing I did want to mention is the County Council did ask their staff to provide a budget back with a 3.5% budget increase. They had provided a range of 4.5 to 3.5. Staff felt that there were reserve implications that would be threatened if they went much lower than 3.5. So County Council will receive that budget report and make their determinations. And reserves are a big issue right now for all municipal governments, because there are a lot of need to build up reserves based on the requirements of the asset management programs that the province has implemented, and has been mentioned earlier. There are some major implications coming down through the OPP and others at the local level. So we're seeing a lot of pressure on our own local municipal budgets. So, but that might be the number that could be used for the blending purposes. So I just want to make people aware of that. Thank you.
No, thank you for that. And it is, and there was a lot of discussion about tapping into the reserves and when is the time you have to tap into reserves. And and many think, we are there now, we need to tap into the reserves, but they don't foresee us coming out of the situation we're in for likely another 2 to 3 years minimum, right? So before potentially, the changes in south of us are made to, and then that'll be a delayed ripple effect back in. So anyways, if there's no other updates, then we'll move on to the consent agenda. And does anybody need anything removed from the consent agenda in order to change the recommendation as laid out in any of those items? Seeing none, then Madam Clerk, can we have a motion to receive the consent agenda, please?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Lavoie. Be it resolved that the staff recommendations with respect to the items listed under consent agenda correspondence be adopted as printed.
All in favor? Any opposed? There are none. That is carried. We have no communication petitions, no notice of motions. We are now at 17, our draft bylaws. Members of council, are there any comments or questions on any of these bylaws? Maybe a draft motion of the bylaws then, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that bylaws number 2025-107 and 2025-113 be passed in open council on the 12th day of November 2025.
Question, Councillor Bard?
Sorry, can I have 2025-107 separate? Vote.
Sure. Madam Clerk, can we?
Please.
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2025-113 be passed in open council on the 12th day of November 2025, and that bylaw 2025-107 be pulled to be voted on separately.
All in favor? That is carried. And then can we have whatever one you want?
Moved by Bard. May I have a seconder? Seconded by Lavoie. Excuse me. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2025-107 be passed in open council on the 12th day of November 2025.
All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And may we have the other bylaw, Madam Clerk, please? Oh,
Mr. Mayor,
sorry,
the
my
bylaw
apologies.
108 was
No, my
was
apologies.
withdrawn.
That's my error. Thank you.
No, it's good to remind the public, though, that that
Yeah.
item was withdrawn. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. 108 was withdrawn as it was. Yes, we didn't get the information back to pass it. Okay. Item 18.
Moved by Young, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that we do now go into closed session at 5:28 p.m. to discuss litigation affecting the municipality, solicitor-client privilege, short-term rentals, position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations related to the municipality, municipal, intermunicipal relationships, City of Barrie, labor relations, employee negotiations, collective agreement, litigation affecting the municipality, legal update, and personal matters about an identifiable individual waiver request.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. All in favor? That is carried. We'll see everyone in close.
Mr. Mayor, we are live.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. May we have a motion to rise and report out, please?
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that we do now rise at 7:20 p.m. to report on items under 18, items 18. B, C, D, E, and F.
All in favor? That is carried. And may we have a draft motion for item 18B, please?
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that the confidential correspondence presented by Sean Binns, CAO, Brent Spagnell, Director of Development Services, George Vadaboncourt, Manager of Planning, Special Projects, and Legal Counsel, re litigation affecting the municipality, solicitor-client privilege, short-term rentals be received. That staff and legal counsel proceed as directed by council.
All in favor? That is carried. And may I have a motion, draft motion for 18C, please?
Moved by Clark, seconded by Hutchison. Be it resolved that the confidential correspondence, verbal information presented by Sean Binns, CAO, a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board, intermunicipal relationships, City of Barrie, be received.
All in favor? That is carried. And may I have a motion for 18B, please?
Moved by Young, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that the confidential correspondence presented by Sean Binns, CAO, Kelly Watson, Director of People and Culture, Labor Relations, Employee Negotiations, Collective Agreement, be received. That staff proceed as directed by council.
All in favor? That is carried. May I have a motion for 18E, please?
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that the confidential correspondence presented by Sean Binns, CAO, litigation affecting the municipality, legal update, be received.
All in favor? That is carried. And a motion for 18F, please.
Moved by Bard, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that the confidential correspondence presented by Sean Binns, CAO, personal matters about an identifiable individual, waiver request, be received.
All in favor? And that is carried. And could we move to item 11D? And Sean, could you proceed when ready, please?
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. I think the memorandum is pretty straightforward. Council has been briefed of additional correspondence enclosed. The recommendation from staff is to deny the request in accordance with council policy.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll call the vote.
Mr. Mayor,
I need the motion.
Yeah, I will
My
need to read the
apologies.
motion. Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Lavoie. Be it resolved that the memorandum correspondence dated November 12, 2025, and presented by Sean Binns, CAO, tax relief request by Michael Rash, be received and adopted. That following review of the request and in accordance with the township policy, staff recommend that Mr. Rash's request for taxation relief be respectfully denied, and that the applicant be advised of council's decision under the CAO's signature.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. You've heard the motion. I'll call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. And may we have a draft motion for the confirmation bylaw, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Young. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2025-115, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting held on Wednesday, November 12, 2025, be passed in open council on the 12th day of November, 2025.
All in favor? That is carried. And may we have a motion to adjourn, please?
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that we do now adjourn at 7:25 p.m.
All in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much, everybody, and have yourself a great week.
Thank you.